Tiduran coy. Padahal aku cuma baring bentar tapi tiduran. Karena kita ketiduran. Kita ingin lanjut belajar. Jadi di sini kita akan lanjut belajar. Wah, belajar. Dan nanti aku kayak harus beli kopi. Kalau nggak minum kopi nanti tak ketemu juga. Tidak belajar. Udah berhenti ya pingnya. Selesai ya ping. Jadi tadi itu kita udah ngapain aja. Jadi tadi tuh kita udah nge-import data, ngechecking datanya, terus kita juga ngedropping kolom yang nggak dipakai, terus kita juga nganalisis the reason for the absence, terus kita ngedapetin dummies dari beberapa filter, terus di sini selanjutnya kita bakal ngedropping ya, dropping dummies from next things to do in our analysis from statistical perspective to drop the first column of our table. There is a solid mathematical explanation for this step, however, dealing with its complexity is beyond the scope of this course. The first, apa tadi? The first column. Nevertheless, if you're interested in improving econometric logic and map, you can visit this correlate. Otherwise, you could simply advance to the next video and leave the raw material to the side. In the core article, an explanation is provided for three dummy variables that are MHA. MHA. In our exercise, the dummy variables will be of the same type. However, there will be 28, and hence the reasonings will be applied not for 3, but n 28 dummies. In a nutshell, the motivations for us to drop the first column reason 0 was like this. If a person has been absent due to reason 0, this means they have been away from work for another reason. Hence, this column acts like the baseline, and all the rest are represented in comparison to this. As a consequence, dropping this column will allow us to only conduct the analysis for the reasons we are aware of. And that's exactly what we want to do. Explore whether or not the specific known reasons for absence in this is an individual excessively absent from work. That's why we don't really need to keep in our dataset information about someone who has been widely done analysis. Otherwise, regarding the value story in the remaining columns, raising reasons 1 and above, you can solidify our resumes by saying. Imagine that by default there's no practical reasons for a given individual to be absent from work. If there is any, though it will be marked with the value of 1 under the corresponding reason number. Therefore, as explained in the article on Quora, to avoid issues with smooth collinearity, we must remove one column with dummies variable to preserve the logic of our analysis. This will be the column that stands for reason 0. In our next video, we will go back to Python and proceed from this point and dropping the. Oke, aku kayak ini udah pernah belajar di dulu yang pas getting a dummies. Kalau misalnya kita getting dummies dari kategori kalau dari teks gitu. Nah itu kan kolom pertama kita drop. Kemarin
In this video, we will drop the reason. Zero dummy variable in Python. We are going to do this because we want to avoid potential multicollinearity issues in our analysis. The economic explanation of what this phenomenon actually is will be left.
Multicollinearity. Kemarin itu aku udah pernah catat tentang multicollinearity. It's supposed to be on advanced statistic dari this. Kita baca. Assumption. So, multicollinearity itu terjadi ketika dua atau lebih variabel independen dalam regresi memiliki hubungan yang sangat kuat sama lain. Karena variabel-variabel itu bergantung pada indeks norm.
Left for our next video. While here, we will focus solely on the relevant execution in Python. So, let's get back to our example. In this cell over here, we need to add a parameter called drop first to the getDummies function. This is easily done by typing comma drop underscore first equals true. The parameter you see here helps us remove the first level of our newly created data frame, meaning reason number 0. Let's run this cell and check the content of reason columns. Perfect! Column 0 isn't there anymore. Although we have managed to execute this subtask successfully, you may think that 27 columns, one for each separate reason, are too many for analysis. Right. And, in our case, it would be a good idea to group them according to a common characteristic, and thus facilitate further analysis. This will be done in our next lecture. Thank you for watching. All right, so to see what features are contained in the DF data frame, we could apply .columns.values. What we retrieve is a list with the data frame's column names. It is important to note that we still have the reason for absence column in there. Then, analogically, implementing the same method to reason columns leads us to an output containing all numbers from 1 to 28, excluding 20. Okay, there are 3 steps to take before finalizing our work on this column. Step 1. If we decide to add all those dummy variables to the current state of DF, we would observe duplicate information. That is, the categorical variable reason for absence on one side would convey the same information as all 27 columns from reason columns on the other. In econometrics, statistics, and data analytics, this phenomenon is called multicollinearity, and it is something that should be avoided in general. Therefore, in our case, we could drop the reason for absence column from the DF table in the usual way. Execute this cell, and done. Step 2. Grouping the variables. If we add all these dummy variables in the DF data frame, we would end up with a dataset containing nearly 40 columns. This sounds like too much when dealing with 700 observations. In a situation where you have so many variables of the same type, and here this regards the dummies, you should always consider the possibility of grouping these variables. By the way, remember that a group can be also called a class. Consequently, the relevant process of reorganizing a certain type of variables into groups in a regression analysis can be called classification. Then, there are various techniques that can help you decide on how to group the variables from your dataset. For our exercise, we will focus on a qualitative analysis because it seems most appropriate. Look at this table with explanations of all possible reasons for absence. You'll see that reasons 1 to 14 are all related to various diseases. This could constitute our first group, or class. The second class, instead, could include reasons from 15 to 17, as they are all somehow related to pregnancy and giving birth. Group 3 would include reasons 18, 19, 20, and 21, as they are all about poisoning or signs not elsewhere categorized. The fourth group represents so-called light reasons for absence, such as a dental appointment, physiotherapy, a medical consultation, and others. Okay, this is how we are going to classify these columns. Therefore, the next thing to do will be to apply this in Python, where we will have to create a new data frame for each group. We'll do this by separating the reason column's data frame. Remember that after splitting this object into smaller pieces, each piece itself will be a data frame object as well. So, let's call these new groups reason type, class number. Then, we must start by applying the loc method to reason columns. Here's how this method works. Dot loc with a colon before the comma will retrieve all rows available. Then, after the comma, we need to show we are interested in columns 1 to 14 only. Don't forget that loc is label-based, so after the comma, we need to indicate the name of the first and last column of the set of columns we'd like to retrieve. In other words, we would write 1:14 either as integers or as strings. Any of the two will mean we are interested in columns 1, 14, and all the rest that are in between. That's why, after we execute this cell, we obtain a data frame composed of 14 columns. Please feel free to stop and rewatch this part of the video if necessary. And if you find this trick confusing, all we can say is, we are very sorry. But that's how separating a data frame with the loc method is done in Python. So we had better just practice and get used to it. After that, to obtain a piece of DF with columns 15 to 17, we need to constitute the code after the comma with 15:17, because we are interested in the following three columns, 15, 16, and 17. Is this correct? Yes, it is. As an exercise, you could run the same check for the other classes in our table. Class number 3, composed of columns from 18 to 21, and class number 4, made up of the columns from 22 until the last one. Great! To support our reasoning in this lesson, think of the examination we performed a few lectures ago. We created an additional column called check to verify there's only one reason for the absence of a person. Remember? This was a very important confirmation of our analysis because making sure we don't have multiple reasons for absence of a single individual allows us to proceed in the following way. First, go back to loc 1 to 14. At this stage, you want to substitute an entire row of 14 values with a new single one, in which you would like to obtain 0 if none of the values on the given row were equal to 1. Alternatively, you want to obtain 1 in case somewhere among these 14 columns we have observed the number 1. The former would mean the reason for absence of this particular individual was not from this group of reasons, while the latter would mean it was. There's a method in Python called max that can do a perfect job here. It will act as the second part of our code and will allow us to create the reason type class number columns in the shape we want. To illustrate how this tool works, let's apply it to the first 14 columns of the variable reason columns. Obviously, we must write .max, and then by typing axis equals 1 within parentheses, we will indicate that we are interested in implementing this operation along the horizontal line. Execute, and here we are. We've got exactly what we wanted. Please note that since the maximum value is always a single number, the obtained objects will be pandas series, not data frames. Nevertheless, you can simply think of them as columns, because this structural distinction will be irrelevant when we get to the stage of attaching them to DF. Therefore, to create all 4 columns, we must replicate the same structure to columns 15 to 17, 18 to 21, and 22 to 28. You can also think of the last group as containing all columns from 22 until the last one. Another way to designate this will be to write 22 : at the end. Let's use this syntax here. And now, when we execute this cell, we will actually create the 4 new columns, reason type 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nice! With this, we wrap up what we had to say about the first and second steps from the manipulation of the reason for absence column from our initial data set. In the next video, we'll present step 3. See you there! In the previous lesson, we went through steps 1 and 2, both of which have to be accomplished during the pre-processing of the reason for absence column. While doing that, you may have wondered why we keep the reason columns variable as a detached, separate object from our main data frame, which is df. If that was the case, then your intuition was right. As a matter of fact, we should combine the two objects. Let's move on to doing that. Step 3. Concatenate. I'll check the current state of df. There's no sign of a reason for absence, so what we want to do is add the newly created reason type columns to this data frame. The pandas concatenation function will do the job. To the existing df, we will assign pd.concat, which is short for concatenate, and then enlist the objects we'd like to appear here. df, reason types 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finally, since you want to combine objects horizontally, don't forget to add axis equals 1. If you skip this part, the data from the reason type columns will be added to the table in a wrong way. Therefore, having written the code correctly, let's run it and see the content of the df data frame. Awesome! The 4 columns have been added to the right side of our table. Basically, we are done manipulating the information we had about reason for absence. So many words were necessary to analyze only one of the columns in our data frame. Did you expect that? Apparently, sometimes there can be multiple perspectives from which one could look at a particular column. And that's the case we had here. Nevertheless, we are glad the given dataset provided the grounds for discussing such a multi-dimensional problem. Before we move on to analyzing the next column in our data frame, let me show you a couple of important data preprocessing techniques. First, leaving the columns named as 0, 1, 2, and 3 would be strange, right? These 4 digits convey nothing to the audience, so naturally, we would like to assign column names in a more meaningful way. There are a few ways to do this, and here's the one we prefer. .columns.values will retrieve a list with the column names for you. What we want to do is create a new list and assign its elements as the column names of df. Here's how we can achieve this. We'll create a variable called column_names, and we'll initially assign to it the list just obtained. Hence, I can copy and paste it here. Then, I'll rename the last 4 columns to reason 1, 2, 3, and 4, respectively. Execute the cell to create the list. Great! To assign it to the columns of our data frame, we need to type df.columns equals and then place the name of the newly created list, column_names. Now, we have to check the content of df. By the way, it is not necessary to display it in its entirety anymore, as we are done with the analysis of the initial state of the data frame. The head function will display the top 5 rows of our data table, together with the relevant column names, and the latter is what we are interested in here. The column names are just the same as the ones we have in the column names list. Perfect! This will do for now. In the next lecture, we'll look into another interesting technique. Thanks for watching! The second technique I'd like to show you is how to reorder the columns in your data frame. That's a very important tool. to have under your belt. You don't want to find yourself unaware of how to reorganize the columns in a data table if a colleague of yours asks you to do this. To solve this mini problem, we will follow the same professional approach used so far, and we'll create another list with column names. This time, calling it column underscore names underscore reordered. Once more, we will take the information from the previous list with column names. This time, though, we will cut the last 4 titles, and we'll paste them at the beginning. We do this because we want to see the reasons for absence at the beginning of the table. You remember that this is how the columns were ordered initially, right? Here's the syntax that'll apply the new order to our data frame. Write df equals df, and then, in brackets, state the name of the list containing the new column names. Execute, and check the head of the new version of the data frame. Awesome! That's exactly what we wanted. In the next video, we will explain to you why doing checkpoints while coding is so important. See you there. In this video, we will discuss why creating checkpoints while programming in Python, and especially Jupyter, is crucial. Think of a checkpoint as an interim save of your work. Creating one is like taking a picture of a story at a given point in time. We do that to have more control over our data. The code we've been working on here is a very good example of why we need checkpoints. For instance, so far, we've dropped our ID column and have elaborated on the reason for absence column successfully. However, imagine that we have to test a number of ways in which we'd like to modify the remaining columns of our dataset. Often, this will lead to changes in the content of our data frame. In such a situation, every time we'd like to take a step back and proceed from this point on, we'll have to go all the way up to the moment of creation of the DF data frame, rerun the entire piece of code we've written so far, and only then would we be able to continue testing different techniques on the remaining columns. What we will do instead is create a copy of the current state of the DF data frame and use it for the name that clearly tells us what step of the data preprocessing we are at. We will call this procedure creating a checkpoint. Therefore, setting up a variable called dfReasonMod, the latter standing for modified, will allow us to make mistakes as we proceed with writing our code, and refer back to this point here when we need to refresh. Keep in mind that the checkpoint we created, dfReasonMod, was related to the current state of our DF data frame. In programming in general, and in Jupyter in particular, creating checkpoints refers to storing the current version of your code, not really the content of a variable. Nevertheless, the principle is identical. Create a temporary save of your work so that you reduce the risk of losing important data at a later stage. To be on the safe side, we highly recommend that you build the habit of making such copies of data frames on checkpoints while coding in general. That's why we will keep on creating checkpoints as we progress with the solution of our business exercise. We are finally ready to move on. I am so excited, and hope you are too. Next on our agenda is an analysis of the date column. Breaking it down into bits and pieces will be no less fun than what we've done to this moment. I can promise you that. Thank you for watching. In this lesson, we'll concentrate on the date column of our data frame. Let's check its content by executing df reason mod date in brackets. Each of its values shows a date in the following way: day of the month, year. At the same time, forward slashes are not used for writing integers or floats, for example. So, does this column contain strings or values of another kind? Let's use the type function to find the answer. Type df reason mod indicates the entire column is a Python series object, and that's fine. Every column in a data frame is in the form of a series. But this doesn't tell us much about the data type of each of its values. And don't forget, in one column or in one series, we can have values of a single data type only. So, let's check the type of the first value of this series by running the same cell after adding a 0 within brackets just before closing the parentheses. str stands for string. And this makes sense, doesn't it? We have just received a dataset where the data values have been stored as text. What we will do now is introduce a data type called timestamp. This is a classical data type found in many programming languages out there, used for values representing dates and time. To convert all values from the date column into timestamp values, we can use the pandas toDateTime method with an argument the date column itself. And here's something very important. When you are doing this conversion, you must always specify the proper format of the date values you will be working on. Remember, if we don't do that, the subsequent conversion of the dates into timestamp will probably contain errors that we want to avoid. To elaborate on the subject, let's first execute this cell without designating the proper format, and then check the content of the relevant column. What we obtain are dates written with the help of hyphens instead of forward slashes, as it was in the case before. In addition, though, as you can see on row 5, instead of referring to the 7th month of the year, which is July, the given date refers to the 10th month, which is October. Pretty strange, considering that all neighboring dates refer to the month of July, right? And that's not the only occasion of such an error. As you scroll down, you will find similar inconsistencies. As a consequence, this is a great moment to show you why having checkpoints is so important. Now, we will not need to go back to the raw CSV data we imported more than 50 steps earlier. On the contrary, we can just go back a little, right to the nearest checkpoint, precisely to the moment of the creation of df reason mod, and we'll rerun the same code cell. Thus, we will return the state of df reason mod as it was at the beginning of this lecture, essentially forgetting all date-related pre-processing we just performed. And we will be able to start over. Then I can scroll down to the cell whose code will convert the strings from the date column into timestamps correctly. As already mentioned, doing the latter is impossible without the help of the format parameter. For convenience, I will double-click on the cell above to hide the erroneous date format we retrieved before going back to our checkpoint. Okay, so to the format parameter, we will need to assign a string value designating the structure of the current dates. It is important to remember that this parameter allows you to take control over how Python will read the current dates, so that it can accurately understand which numbers refer to days, months, years, hours, minutes, or seconds. Therefore, the string will not designate the format of the timestamps you are about to create. It's important to remember that, as it can save you time and prevent mistakes in the future. Great! Now, let's get back to coding, abiding by the following syntax when writing the string in question. We are required to attach a percentage sign plus some of the letters D, M, Y, H, M, and S, standing for day, month, year, hour, minute, and second, respectively. We are supposed to stick these characters to each other without using any commas or spaces in between. In our case, we see the dates have been written in the following way: day, month, year. Hence, after comma format equals, within quotes, we must write %d /%m %y. Please keep in mind that Y must be a capital letter for sure. D lowercase, while M can be either capital or small letter. The convention, though, is to use lowercase letter for month and a capital letter for minute, so we will use a small letter here. Execute this cell to implement the conversion into timestamp, and run the next cell to check the new content of the date column. All dates have been converted properly, this time written in another way though. What we see is the standard timestamp format: year, month, day, all hyphenated. Great! To conclude this lecture, please consider using the type function to make sure the entire column remains a series object. Although it is composed of timestamp values, not strings. Finally, if you want to check the new data type by using even less letters in your code, you could apply the .info method to the df data frame, thus seeing that you now have 64-bit datetime values in the date column. And yes, for simplicity, please allow us to call the dfReasonMod object df, as it is clear we will be referring to our current main data frame anyway. Having converted the content of this column, let's move on to extracting its month value and day of the week. Then, we will use two different programmatic approaches for storing the obtained information as new columns in df. Thank you for watching. Alright, so, in this video, we will create the month value column. To do this, we must find a way to deduct the month value contained in each date we have in df. We will now show you how this can be done with pandas. Let's examine the first value of the date column. It is a timestamp, 7th of July, 2015. Moreover, the time is set to midnight. We don't see a different time because a timestamp value created with the pandas to datetime method always contains two parts, a date and a time. If we didn't have time recorded in our dataset, Python would have assigned zeros to the time component automatically. So, please don't be surprised when you see these numbers next to the date. Now, to extract the month value only, we need to type .month at the end of the same expression. Run this cell and here you go. We got 7, representing the 7th month of the year, July. Awesome! Please remember that the months take values from 1 to 12, not from 0 to 11. How come this is the case? Simply because the person who wrote that library, Pandas, decided this is more intuitive. Therefore, that's how it is. So, we better just get used to the convention. The programmatic pattern we'll use for creating the month value column is the following. We would like to create a list that we will fill with the month values of the dates, and then we will assign the values of this list to a new column in df, naming it month value. Okay? Sure, let's begin. First, to an object we'll call list underscore months, we will assign an empty list. Press Shift and Enter to execute this operation. You can see the output is an empty list. Great! Second, we will use a loop that will iteratively extract the month value of every date we have in the date column. To do this, we'll employ a for loop. So, let's build up this code block from the bottom up. The dfDate.month operation must be appended to the list months list. Intuitively, there's the Python append method, which attaches the new value obtained from each iteration to the existing content of the first iteration list. Put more simply, during the first iteration, the loop will obtain the number 7, and this will be the first value in list months. Then, with the second iteration, the loop will deliver 7 again, and this will be the next number in our list, and so on. Okay, we hope this is all clear. However, how many iterations do we need to complete list months? Surely, no more and no less than the lengths of our data frame, which contains 700 rows, right? So, thanks to the built-in range function, we can say for I and 700, meaning for I, taking each of the values from 1 to 700, execute the subsequent operation. This will tell Python to extract the month value from each of the 700 dates, retrieving them one by one, and storing them in list months. Despite the fact that this will work perfectly in our case, there's a more professional way to designate the number of iterations. What if you substitute your data frame with another one which is of a different length? In that case, 700 values in list months won't match the length of df, and the creation of the month value column will not be successful. So, to iterate as many times as the number of rows we have in our data frame, we need to refer to the shape property of df. It'd deliver 2 values. The first represents the length of the data table, and the second one stands for its width. As a consequence, to indicate that we'll need the first of these values in our loop, we need to write range open parentheses df.shape 0 in brackets, close parentheses, colon, at the end of line 1. Wonderful! Let's press Shift and Enter to execute the code written in this cell, and then check the content of the list months. Okay, we see that our data has been ordered by years and months then, starting from July, going through December, and then starting from January all over again. By implementing the built-in len function, we can prove that the list contains as many as 700 elements, which coincides with the number of records in our data frame. This means that up until now, we have worked correctly. What is left to do is create a new column in our table by typing df and month value in brackets, and then assign the numbers from our newly created list by writing equals list underscore months. Execute this cell to apply this operation, and run the next one to check the top 20 rows of df. We see that the month values have appeared in the far right corner of the screen. Lovely! We are ready with this part of our exercise too. From the perspective of our analysis, what we just did will allow us to check whether in specific months of the year, employees tend to be absent more often compared to other months. Following the same logic, it may turn out that on certain days of the week, workers may be more prone to be away from the desk than on other days. I mean, you'd probably think one would rather leave earlier on Friday than on Monday. But is it so? The subtask of our next lecture will be to create a column designating the day of the week. See you there. Let's proceed by creating the day of the week column. As data scientists, we wouldn't expect to see words in the new column, right? Instead of having the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so forth, we'll have the values from 0 to 6. And if you want to know why not from 1 to 7 instead, again, it's just the way the weekday function will deliver the days of the week for us because of how the person who wrote it felt about ordering the numbers. In general, this is one of the drawbacks of using modules. The rules of the game are set by the person who created them. One time we could obtain values starting from 1, another from 0. So, if we want to use a library written by somebody else, we must abide by their rules, period. To show you how the weekday function works, to the last element of the date column, which is on row 699, we will add .weekday, open and close parentheses. After running the cell, we obtain 3, which means that the 31st of May 2018 was a Thursday, and you can open any calendar to see this is absolutely true. Nice! To create a new column containing the weekdays, we will use one of the preferred tools in the arsenal of every professional programmer. To apply a certain type of modification iteratively on each value from a series or a column in a data frame, it is a great idea to create a function that can execute this operation for one element, and then implement it to all values from the column of interest. how can this be done in our example here? We'll define a function with the meaningful name date to weekday that will directly return the weekday from the data contained in the date column. The syntax to do this is the classical one you see here. Execute this cell to create the function. Perfect. The second part of the trick regards the creation of the day of the week column in df. To this new column, we must assign the values from the date column, while implementing the date to weekday function to each row. Luckily, there's a function for this purpose. It is called apply, and its argument is the name of the function we want to repeatedly apply to the elements of the date column. Therefore, ending this line of code with equals df reason mod date dot apply date to weekday will execute the operation we just explained. Running the last cell delivered no error. To further prove we worked correctly, let's check the head of df. Sweet. We see a day of the week column has been attached to the far right of our table. Well done. In the last couple of lectures, you saw two of the most frequently used programmatic approaches. They help us apply modification to the elements of an entire series with values. In the next video, we will proceed with our data pre-processing tasks, leading us to the output we'll want to transfer to an SQL database at some point. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we will focus on the next 5 columns in our data table. No, we won't manipulate these columns in any way. They will be left without a change. Nonetheless, we believe they will be important for our analysis, and so they are worth some preliminary discussion. Transportation expense is a subcategory of travel expenses. Travel expenses are costs related to business travel, such as fuel, parking, meals, and other charges an employee may claim for reimbursement. This means transportation is just one of those potential costs. In our table, this column contains monthly transportation expenses of an individual, measured in dollars. Checking the data type of the numbers contained within it, we see it as a numpy's int64, which means under transportation expense, we have integer values only. Why don't we have floats? Well, we can assume the values recorded in the dataset have been rounded either up or down. At the end of the day, a few cents wouldn't change the potential impact this variable could have on the explanation of absenteeism from work, right? By the same token, the distance to work contains rounded numbers only. Each value you see in this column represents the kilometers an individual must travel from home to work. We want to keep this feature in our analysis because it might turn out that the distance or the time spent traveling will affect the decision of an employee to be absent during working hours. Okay, moving on. The next column we have is age. There's not much to be said about this variable. Of course, how old a person is could always have an impact on her or his behavior. As is often done in research, the age of a person has been rounded down. That's why the data type exhibited in this column is an integer too. Next, we have daily workload average. It is a float value and represents the average amount of time spent working per day, shown in minutes. We are not going to delve into details about how these values have been calculated precisely, but from looking at them, we could understand that a person works roughly 4 hours a day, or 3.5 hours a day, and so on. Not too much, but for some types of companies, this is perhaps normal. Anyway, we will keep these numbers in our analysis, and will not focus on the way they've been estimated. The last feature to be discussed here is the body mass index. Of course, it is an indicator for an under, normal, overweight, or even obese person. Logically, people who weigh above the norm for their height often have an additional reason for being absent from work. That's why we've included the body mass index in our regression analysis. Again, only integers will represent the values in this column. Stay tuned for the next video, where we will continue with the pre-processing part of this exercise by manipulating the data in the next column, education. See you there. Alright, so, in this lesson, we'll modify the content of the education column. Is there anything in common between education, children, and pets? Yes, all 3 variables represent categorical data, containing integers. Children and pets indicate how many kids or pets a person has precisely, whereas education is a feature where the numbers do not have numeric meaning. Therefore, we will leave the last two columns untouched. That said, our task would be to transform education into a dummy variable. The map function will help us do that. So, what values are stored in the education column? Instead of scrolling down the table trying to guess whether we'll only see 1s, 2s, or 3s, we can apply Python's unique method. And this sounds familiar, doesn't it? Implementing the unique method to education shows us that this column contains only the values 1, 3, 2, and 4. How should we interpret these? The answer reflects the methodology used for creating this dataset. 1 means that a person has high school education only and does not hold any higher degree. 2 means the individual has a graduate education. 3 stands for postgraduate. And 4, that they are a master or a doctor in a given scientific field. Now, using the pandas value_counts method applied to a series object, such as the education column from our data frame, allows us to see that the value 1 has been encountered 583 times, while 2, 3, and 4 can be found 73, 40, and 4 times respectively. Basically, what this means is that nearly 600 people have high school education only, while just above 100 have a better degree than that. Therefore, separating between graduate, postgraduate, and doctor degrees becomes less relevant for this study, and it would make sense to combine these in a single category. Technically, this should be done by overriding the content of the education column. After typing .map and opening parentheses, we must insert a dictionary whose key value pairs will be composed of the existing numbers that'll act as keys, and the new numbers, which will stand for the values. For instance, up to this point, only high school graduates had been marked with the value of 1, but we want to substitute this value with 0. So, after the parentheses, we can map 0 in the place of 1 by opening braces, as we should do every time when using a dictionary, and writing 1:0. Then, after a comma separator, we can continue the logic of substituting the other existing values with the value of 1 by typing 2:1, 3:1, 4:1. Finally, we need to close the braces and the parentheses. It is very important to note that we must set all values found within the education column as keys in this dictionary. If we set a different number of keys than the number of values we have, the map method would misbehave and assign some values wrongfully, or it could display NaN, standing for not a number, which will pose problems to the next steps of our analysis. That's why, when using the map method, it is extremely important to take care of assigning new values to all currently existing values. Having said that, let's execute these two code cells. The output obtained is a proof we've worked correctly, since the values in the education column are 0s or 1s only. Fantastic! In this video, we modified the content of the education column successfully and explained why the numeric columns children and pets should be left untouched. In our next lesson, we will conclude the entire data pre-processing part of this exercise. Please don't miss it, as what we say there will be very useful for the next steps of the analytic process. Thank you for watching. Congratulations! You've made it your way through the pre-processing part of our exercise, which was very exhaustive. And, hopefully, you learned a myriad of new tools and tricks in Python. If you feel that the same result could have been obtained with less steps, remember that the more manual way of doing pre-processing gives you a higher level of control. You've made it your way through the pre-processing part of our exercise, which was very exhaustive. And, hopefully, you learned a myriad of new tools and tricks in Python. If you feel that the same result could have been obtained with less steps, remember that the more manual way of doing pre-processing gives you a higher level of control over your data. And, as an analyst, that's what you want to have. To conclude this subtask, we will briefly discuss the last column of our data frame, and we'll do the final checkpoint before jumping into the next step. The title, Absenteeism Time in Hours, vividly expresses what this column is all about. For example, the first individual on our list has been absent for 4 hours. The second one has not been absent at all. The third one has been away for just 2 hours, and so on. There are 2 reasons why we don't devote time to the manipulation of this column right now. First, the interpretation of this column is straightforward, and second, because its modification is related to the application of advanced statistical techniques in Python, which is a separate topic in its own right. So, to make sure the current version of our data frame can be used as a reference point while programming further on, we must make a checkpoint. I'd like to call this version of the table df preprocessed. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Logically, it will assume the copied content of df reason date mod. Great! The data frame is ready for statistical analysis. And once that is done, we will proceed by creating a database in MySQL Workbench and transferring the content of df preprocessed there. Thank you for watching.
mau beli bahan bakaran masak beli. Ayo chat, suatku chat. Haruskah ku memasak atau beli lauk saat? Haruskah ku memasak atau beli lauk juga? Mana yang bagus? Oh ada uang. Ah ya udah masuk. Makan guys, selamat berbuka puasa. Selamat berbuka puasa. nggak bisa di post stream. Guys, aku ingin berbuka dulu guys.
Is. Bisa diambil? Oh astaga, naga pakai kresek. Lupa. Mekaniknya lupa guys. Harus pakai kresek. Nah. Dea. Tanahnya nggak ada ya, tanah juga ya. Bang, coba cari uang NPC yang jual skateboard. Emang iya guys? Emang iya curi uang yang punya skateboard ada duit di situ? Ntar aku mau nanam dulu ya. Ininya jangan lupa guys. Produknya kita udah bisa jualan tapi ya sour. Sour diesel gaskan, sour diesel bisa dijual. Oke harganya. Oke yang ini 55, yang ini kita jual lebih mahal lah guys. Yang ini kita jual lebih mahal lah, ini 55, ini 60 lah, boleh lah 60 ya, 60 guys ya. Refreshing tuh dia. Dah, yuk. Selamat malam teman-teman. Selamat malam semuanya. Balik lagi bersama aku Brando di channel Wiraba Saudara dengan sebuah game yang viral di Play Store dan juga katanya teradaptasi dari anime yang paling viral yaitu Solo Leveling. Welcome buat teman-teman yang nonton live dan teman-teman yang nonton replay. Kali ini aku akan gacha ya. Kemarin gak berhasil top up on time, jadi kita akan top up sekarang di solo levelingnya dan semoga dengan 1 juta kita dapetin yang paling gacor, paling GG Gaming, paling SSR teman-teman ya. Tapi guys, sebelum kita mulai teman-teman, jangan lupa untuk bergabung dengan Discord Motion Email yang baru dan gabung langsung di RPG Forum. Karena di RPG Forum ada forum pecinta solo leveling Rise. Dan udah ramai banget sampai 3.000 orang yang ngechat. Padahal baru kemarin dibikin. Ramai banget yang nongkrong, diskusi, dan share build, dan pamer, dan flexing. Jadi jangan lupa gabung Discord Motion Ime, RPG Forum Solo Leveling. Linknya gue taruh di pin komen dan di deskripsi. Alright. Sebelum kita mulai, kita absen dulu. Let's go absen guys. Ada Ilham, ada Kurniawan, ada Kurniadi, ada Kurniatot, ada AA, ada I, ada U, ada E, ada O, ada Mamak, ada Mumuk, ada Momok, ada Meo, ada Ivi, ada Riga, ada Reiga, ada Ali, ada Bocil Telat Gak Bangga, ada Bocil Halo Bang, Halo, ada Salto, ada Kodok Salto, ada Katak Salto, ada Singa Salto, ada Jerapah Salto, ada Adit, ada Keris, ada Dapen, ada Ferdi, ada Gilang, ada Peter, ada Morpin, ada Ivan, ada Pals, dan juga ada Atta. Alright! Guys, guys, dalam 2 hari gue mainin game ini 2 kali ya. Kemarin dan sekarang, berarti saatnya gue seriusin game ini guys ya. Saatnya kita seriusin game ini teman-teman ya. Guys, sebentar. Gini dulu. Kita top up langsung apa main dulu guys? Top up langsung atau main dulu guys? Atau kita ambil game kita dulu gak sih? Kita ambil game kita dulu, setuju gak sih guys? Ini harus top up ya, Ambil Grim Reaper dulu, ambil Grim Reaper dulu. Emang top up-nya di mana guys? Di website. Top up-nya di website. Oke, top up-nya di website. Oh di website, apa sih Uka udah kelar absennya udah kelar kocak guys. Udah kelar absen, oh di website. Coba. Kalau ini nggak bisa guys nih, lihat ya nih. Nggak bisa ini cuy, kalau dari sini nggak bisa. Tuh. Tuh apa sih nggak jelas banget tuh. Tuh apa sih versi konsol. Guys ya udah website yang mana? Yang ini ya? Yang ini website yang ini ya? Yang ini website. Oke, yang mana guys? Yang mana guys? Nah, ini kartu ini yang mana nih? Kartu yang mana itu guys? Tuh. Tiket berlangganan yang mana? Gue top up langsung ya, nih. Gue mau ambil Grim Reaper-nya guys. Coy. Barulah kita top up yang murah dulu, baru top up yang 1 juta. Top up-nya di Winda top up belum ada. Di Winda top up belum ada guys. Belum ada. Yang ini, yang mana guys? Hunter Pass cena ini guys. Aku 300.000. Aku 300.000 guys. Yang bener yang mana guys? Gue pengen ambil senjata Grim Reaper gue coy. Yang ini. Hunter Pass, bantuan peningkat harian. Bundle bulanan, Hunter Pass lagi, Hunter Pass 300.000 guys. Yang dibawa. Oh ini bener ya, gue beli ya. Grim Reaper gue bisa diambil nih. Tar cek dulu. Tiket apa sih? Tiket berlangganan premium kocak. Tiket berlangganan premium guys. Jangan salah guys, ini yang di website gak jelas cok. Website resmi nih guys. Mana sih? Yang mana yang bener? Kok kalian chatnya delay gini guys? Chatnya telat banget cok. Responnya lambat banget. Yang 300.000 serius. Bundle bulanan coba gue cek dulu ya. Gue cek dulu guys. Gue takut ribut guys. Kita main bocah. Kita ambil 10.000. Guys, dibuka biar di top upin. Hei, emang gue kayak lu. Gue punya harga diri kocak. Gue juga bisa top up sendiri. Nah guys, itu gue pengen bukti kalau gue emang top up kocak. Mana guys? Mana Grim Reaper gue mana cuy? Grim Reaper gue mana guys? Nggak ada. Oh ini nih guys. Mana Grim Reaper? Wih apaan ini cok? Anjir gila, dapat 3.000 guys. Bang itu bisanya di HP bang, bisa. Lo salah beli guys, serius salah beli guys. Yang bener aja, ini kita klaim dulu ya. Anjir game pembaik cok. Item ini dibeli di toko. Gue punya 2. What the fuck bro? Oh diklaim dulu guys. Diklaim dulu ya. Nice. Diklaim dulu. Terus mana Grim Reaper gue mana? Oke, tinggal ini ya, tinggal kita klaim ya. Gas. Grim Reaper gas. Guys, kok masih disuruh bayar guys? Apa sih? Mau ngambil Grim Reaper-nya? Yang bener guys. Salah beli, serius. Yang gue beli itu apa cok? What did I buy bro? What did I buy man? Scammer nih gamenya nih. Yang gue beli apa cu? Bang spin di tempat draw. Ya sebentar dulu guys, gue beli apa tadi guys? Gue beli angin anjay. Gue beli angin cok. Ini kali ya, bantuan ini apa? Perpanjang. Oh gue dapet ini apa nih, buat apa gunanya cuy? Cuy itu apa? Gue butuh Grim Reaper gue guys. I need my fucking Grim Reaper man. Come on lah, apa ini? Ini benefit ini apa? Kartu apa? Tiket berlangganan premium organisasi, ha? Maksudnya gimana sih guys? Tar lu ya. Itu apa sih cok maksudnya cok? Itu apa gitu, pertanyaan gue itu apa guys? Itu apa? Itu yang mana? Gue udah keluar 120.000 gak dapet. Yang 300.000 serius? Yang 300.000 serius? Yang bener nih gue beli yang 300.000 nih. Coba beli di handphone, aduh di handphone lupa install lagi guys. Bang Wina salah, harusnya beli yang 300, bener nih. 300.000 nih, yang ini gue beli nih. Gue beli nih. Ya udah bener ya, awas lu ya, gak dapet senjatanya ya. Oke, gue beli 400.000 masih gak dapet sih, gue di scammer sih, bocil-bocil sih. Gue beli nih yang 400.000 nih. Yang bener aja kalian guys. Tolonglah, jangan bohongin orang tua lah. Oke, kiris, tutup layar dulu ya. Moga ini nih, dapet nih ya. Anjay, baru main udah keluar 400.000 guys, kocak kalian. Sabar. Ya ada aman. Aman. Nih beneran top up ya, beneran keluar duit guys. Gigimu minta di top upin, kagak usah. Gue top up sendiri tuh, gue scan sendiri ya. Sabar. 309.000, oke. Grim Reaper, let's go Grim Reaper ya. Let's go Grim Reaper cuy. Grim Reaper, I'm coming. Oke, refresh, dan selesai. Oke, let's go. Where is it? Where's my Grim Reaper? Oh, diklaim dulu guys. Kok nggak ada sih? Ada pesan kok. Bentar. Gue udah beli loh, sumpah loh. Bentar, nggak ada nomor. Nih, pembayaran berhasil tuh guys. Pembayaran berhasil ya. Exola. Mana nggak masuk email anjing? Yang 100.000 masuk tadi. Oh relock dulu. Coba relock. Relock. Mana cu? Mana nih game yang Grim option. Cu nih kan? Ini patut ya. Ya, nih beli lagi ya. Ada gue store kisah. Aduh gitu loh ya. Gimana? 400.000 nggak dapat Grim Reaper. Ih, sampah bet. Ya udah gini deh, Grim Reaper gue nggak tahu caranya gimana teman-teman ya. Grim Reaper gue nggak tahu, kayaknya gue harus tanya Discord deh, soalnya Discord tuh rame banget guys, komunitas solo leveling rasa. Tapi gini deh, kita push story aja dulu lah, kita push story dulu teman-teman ya, kisah pilu ya. Ya kita push story dulu. Baru dah, habis itu kita top up buat gacha siapa? Cang Bayin ya. Aduh, gua 400.000 gak dapet Grim Reaper cu. Udah, gua push story dulu lah. Gitu ya, alur ceritanya gitu ya. Kita habis bunuh laba-laba kemarin guys. Harus dari game, wah gak bisa dari web berarti. Ikhlasin aja, masa ikhlasin aja guys. Yang bener aja ikhlasin. Wah ini kemarin ini. Kalian peduli story gak sih guys? Itu pengkhianat. Jangan skip guys. Oke, let's go. War. Bang, naikin kekuatan karakter bang. Coba naikin kekuatan karakter gimana? Naikin kekuatan karakter naikin dulu guys. Naikin dulu kekuatan karakter guys. Lupa lagi caranya, kenapa sih naikin kekuatan karakter? Seng Jingwo. Naikkan kekuatan karakter. Aku akan menaikkan poin kode 20. Aku akan naikkan kritikal agar lebih sering kritikal. Naikkan langsung kritikal, all in kritikal. Kayak main block surut ya. Nice, kritikal dan juga attack. Nice. Oke, untuk skill aku akan menggunakan skill. Pukulan beruntun. Yeay. Pukulan beruntun dan skill Oke, skillnya belum terlalu banyak ya teman-teman ya. Kita langsung aja story aja guys ya, story aja teman-teman ya. Langsung story ya, kita push dulu ya teman-teman ya, kita push dulu storynya teman-teman. Kita push dulu adik-adik ya. Baru kita top up lagi teman-teman ya. Nah timnya ini aja udah mantep nih. Ini bisa dinaikin gak sih guys? Anak-anak gue bisa dinaikin gak sih? Apa nggak bisa? Bisa. Mending up attack bang, emang iya attack aja guys. All in attack. Bang, itu game ada komunitasnya ada guys di Discord, rame banget bro, sumpah bro. Gak bohong, rame banget guys. Harusnya langsung beli di game, gak bisa beli di game, gak bisa guys yang PC guys. Gue lupa install kemarin. Wah anjir, putus kakinya cuy. Bukan kaki, itu terbang deh. Oke, nice, quest kalahkan musuh. Oke, let's go. Let's do it guys, Naruto, let's go. Bang, langsung gacha bang, tar dulu guys. Gacha. Orep kayak gini, kenapa tuh? Ini masih kuat kok. Kayaknya gue berbakat main game ini. Itu skill baru ya, gue baru lihat skill itu nih. Jago juga deh. Perfect dodge, lihat nih, gue mau belajar perfect dodge ya, sabar. Belajar perfect dodge dulu ya. Lihat guys, jago gak? Beli di HP terus pencet di PC bang. Iya lupa guys, lupa install, maaf ya. Ini latihan ya? Ilmu. Kurae! Sokora! Bang, suaramu lebih kecil dari biasa. Emang iya, guys? Emang suara gue lebih kecil ya? Aduh, delay lagi guys, gamenya guys. Emang ini game terseru. Ah, itu tinju gue yang tadi gue naikin. Gurai, kuat banget gue. Geli banget, emang damage gue geli itu guys. Emang damage gue itu geli guys. Tunggu yang veteran ini deh, veteran apa namanya? Emang iya? Bener bang, lebih kecil. Oh karena gue udah ini guys, melemah. Gue udah gak kuat dulu guys ya. Serang kontak, perfect dodge mulu anjay. Cara left shift-nya delay-nya cepet gimana sih guys, ada yang tau gak? Biar gue bisa spam skill guys. Ini dia jago bro, gini bro. Ini agak lain nih guys. Oh naikin apa senjata? Aduh, salah lagi. Oh. Bang gua sini, mampus. Gila keren banget animasinya. Gila, lama banget ya matinya guys. Aduh susah juga ya. Susah juga bro, gua udah menghindar pakai counter. Kayak gak ada rasanya guys. Oh itu dia marah. Wih aja berat. Oh, mati gue ini guys. Terakhir nih guys.
Server lemot, resource limited.
Yo, I'm back. Udah makan, udah mandi, udah semuanya. Oke, tenagaku full lagi dan siap membantai mata pelajaran apapun itu. Lebaran ada apa sih? Lebaran, lebaran. Hari Minggu udah lebaran. Wow, nggak ada yang mau ngasih aku THR, Kak. Kenapa dia? Dia kenapa aja? Sebelum kita memulai pelajaran, aku mau dengar satu lagu. Sabar, target. Target kita belajar sampai jam 10, jam 11, setengah 11. Jam setengah 11 kita stop, baru kita healing. Healing tai kucing. Oke, so, oi, sebelum itu aku masih harus memeriksa tugas. Ya, benar sekali tugas. Banyak kali yang aku lupain tugas-tugas. Sebenarnya matkul aku tuh ada berapa sih? Jumlah matkul sendiri tuh udah 10 deh. Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, delapan, sembilan. Oke, pertama dari praktikum basis data. Praktikum basis data itu kemarin seharusnya nothing. Oh, basis data. Oh, basis data yang kemarin Senin pagi itu. Oh iya, iya. Yang ada ngumpul dialog berarti aman. Soalnya ada pemrograman berorientasi objek, PBO itu seingat aku PBO ya. Hmm, semester belas Maret, supposed to be Selasa. Nah, pagi Mas Bim, hari ini kelas PB-nya kosong ya. Kuis. Oke, PBO kuis, kata dulu. Catat, catat, catat. Wih, astagfirullah. Bentar aja, bentar aja. PBO kuis. PBO kuis. Oke, kita catat, kita simpan. Terus ada analisis algoritma dan struktur data ini. Kemarin ada penugasan dari Pak Dinar, tapi aku lupa. Ya, harusnya AS gimana hal itu. Nah ini ada tapi katanya tunggu info. Coba tanya Jibril. Jibril, Pak SD kemarin katanya ada tugas kan dari Pak ya, tapi belum ada kabar. Oke, Don. Selanjutnya ada PPW. Nah, PPW kemarin aku tidur meskipun aku masuk Zoom. Nah, PPW ngapain? Tolong sampaikan ke teman-teman. Kita kuis PBO jam 4. Oh ini, oke. Kita kuis PBO jam 4 ya, Jumat setengah jam doang. Berarti besok jam 4. Nah, jam 4. Nih, salah, 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 salah. Jam 4 sampai 4.30 kuis PBO. Sip. Terus ada kuis PBO. Oke, jam 4. And then, tadi sampai mana ya? Oh ya, PPW, ada PPW dulu. Siapa ya? Aduh, nama dia. Oh iya. Perasaan PPW ada grupnya deh. Hah, sumpah, seingatku PPW ada grupnya, Cok. Terus, kita minggu ini kalau nggak ada apa kan? Kemarin PPW tidur pagi. Oke, berarti aku tinggal nunggu informasi PPW. Dan untuk statistika, mari kita lihat di alam. Aku malas banget ngerjain statistika. Aku hari ini mau belajar. Besok aku mau, kalau mau nugas besok lah. Aku mau belajar. Semoga aja besoknya malam tongkatnya. Kalau misalnya nggak malam gimana? Berarti aku harus ngerjain malam ini. Ya juga. Oke, untuk kuis. 19 hours. So it's gonna be like sekarang jam 8, 4 jam lagi, 15. Iya, ya emang jam 4, 4 sore besok. 4 sore besok. Bisa sih kayaknya. Kayaknya ya. Aku hari ini mau belajar doang, gak mau nugas. Soalnya 3. Ada pecahan. Apa nih? Mean, standar deviasi. Ah, gampang jawab. Box plot. Ini yang kayak kemarin aja. Scatter plot. Ah, scatter plot doang. Intercept, slope, coefficient correlation. Mengambil 4 pasangan jenis. Ah, easy nih. Besok, besok, besok. Besok, besok. Besok aja. Oke, berarti besok. Besok juga ada kuis ya? Iya, anjing. Besok ada kuis, tuh. Kok nggak belajar? Sabar dulu. Kuisnya apa? PBO. Bisa. Aku mau belajar ini. Aku mau belajar. Tadi aku buka semester nggak perlu. Perlu. So, I think it's done ya. Berarti besok aku bakal gunain waktu aku buat, nah, aljabar vektor dan metrik ini pun harusnya nggak ada ini apa, nggak ada kelas karena katanya video yang kemarin. Dan untuk bahasa Inggris belum tahu, bahasa data juga nggak ada. Berarti harusnya yang perlu dikonsennya bahasa Inggris, tapi kayak bahasa Inggris nggak terlalu. Dan berarti aku bisa gunain waktu aku buat pertama besok itu yang ngerjain statistika tentunya. Kalau misalnya mau prepare PBO juga boleh, mau lanjut belajar data science juga boleh. Intinya sampai hari Minggu aku bebas ekspor data science. Baru mungkin di minggu-minggu itu aku cicil-cicil belajar untuk UPS. Gak perlu sepanik itu juga. Oke, that's fair. Oke, berarti sekarang kita lanjut ke tadi. Pre-processing aja selama ini. Terus nanti ngebikin modelnya. Ngebikin modelnya. Terus sisanya gimmick sih. Tinggal 2. Loading loading sama pakai Tableau. Habis itu aku bebas explore project harus. Dan aduh, timeline berikutnya gimana ya? Aku lupa lagi. Terus gimana? Nah, mana sih? Someday you'll find beneath the rainbow, jump into the someday you'll find beneath the rainbow, jump into the jump into the 'cause people gonna get away for some. You and I, chapter link. Kok gue bingung? Kok di play dia gitu? Sunday. Oh, ini berarti tinggal gini doang. Berarti ini buat mandirian. Someday kau benar something sudden, something sudden. These people that I get was Well, it's correct. Sunday, kau benar something sudden, something sudden. Cause people that I get away was in the someday company champions champions know cause people when I get away first living life it's enough Right? Someday ada kupon kodnya ini. Someday ini aku benar udah dapat $5. What's the difference? Can't see anything here. Ini cuma tampilan GCP biasa. Gimana kita tahu kalau misalnya kita udah dapat kredit? I don't know, but I think it's done. Credit successfully applied. So I think it's done. Someday, Oke, I think game-gamenya udah selesai. Sekarang kita bisa lanjut ke pembelajaran yang sebenarnya. Yang sambil dengar.
Okay, excellent. Let's see how we can import a data table.
Di sini ada ID, reasons for absence, date, turns for the next span, distance to works, age, daily workload average, body mass index, educations, children, pets, absent dan works. Dan ini adalah target dependent dan kiri ini semua adalah independent. Nah, apa yang harus kita pre-processing di sini? Yang akan kita pre-processing di sini adalah reasons for absence dan date-nya dulu. Karena reason for absence ini dia kategorikal. Ini ada 0, 2, 6, 2, 3, 7. Itu tuh sebenarnya tiap angkanya dari 1 sampai 28 ya. Mempunyai alasan yang berbeda-beda. Nah, sekarang kita bakal
Right. So,
mulai
perhaps the
memprosesing ini.
problems here as in program into the horizontal.
Di sini kita mempunyai 700 baris ya. 700 baris dengan 12 kolom. Nah, di sini katanya kita penting untuk selalu melihat eyeball. Eyeball itu kayak memperhatikan aja. Bola. Gak kayak gitu maksudnya gak sih? Jadi gitu lah. Nah, sini kita harus ngecek buat errornya juga. You must always make a copy of your null set. What is necessary when you start moving the parameters change will make be applied to your null set. Okay, I will remember that. Udah langsung di copy nih. Oke, jadi kita di sini bakal langsung nge-copy data aslinya itu, data CSV aslinya itu ke sebuah data frame. Biar kita setiap selalu punya. Ya. Di sini data frame adalah raw si data dan kita akan copy. Oke, terus kalau misalnya kita coba lihat DF ya saya normal. Makanya kita bakal ngelakuin apa? Di sini kita tak bisa ngeliat semua page-nya karena di sini kita pakai biasa ya. Ya mana? Tapi di sini kita tetap bakal ngeliat saja. Nggak berpengaruh karena di bias udah aman. Selanjutnya kita bakal ngebahas tentang
In this short lecture, we will focus on a few terms that have added
ini
a value of the dependent debt.
ini istilah-istilah.
This sign grade. Well, after having eyeballed our data frame, we concluded that it doesn't contain. After having eyeballed our data.
Kok tiba-tiba udah
In this short lecture, we will focus on a few terms. Is the awareness that a term you understand. So, what you must take from this lecture is the awareness that a term longer. So, what you must take from this lecture is mathematics and still programming to the analysis that is going to be performed in this exercise. See you there. Data frame, we concluded that it doesn't contain missing values. Remember? So, we can use this data for our analysis and hope to fulfill down this question into smaller phenomenon. Do we have one? Yes, sure. The last column expresses absent on the 7th ID 36 has not been hours on the this happened for a
Oke, jadi di sini nggak ada missing values, ada nol semua. Semua itu lengkap 700 ya.
fingers in the next video, assessing part of our exercise. Warm up your fingers in the next video.
Nah, soalnya kita apa? Soalnya kita
Let's start
bakal
analyzing our data set
ngedrop ID.
characteristic by
Di sini
characteristic.
ID itu sebenarnya nggak terlalu
ID.
berguna. Karena di sini ya dia menjelaskan siapa yang sedang, maksudnya siapa yang bakal terdrop gitu. Tapi di untuk pelatihan itu sebenarnya nggak terlalu berguna kan. Ya, coba kita dengerin singkat ya.
Column represents a specific employee. Therefore, the identification number is the only information we have that indicates precisely who has been away during working hours. And this information is useful to have. It could help company management when monitoring the presence of each employee. However, will this information improve our analysis in any way? Actually, no. It will rather do the opposite. How would a value of 5 or 10 make a difference to the absenteeism time?
Ya,
The ID
mana ID-ID yang berbeda itu akan membantu kita meningkatkan predictive power dari modal
is just a label variable, a number that is there to distinguish the individuals
itu cuma label
from one another, not to carry any numeric information. It is nominal data. Should we let this column take part in our analysis, the subsequent computations will be false. Thus, ID can't help explaining the value of the absenteeism time. So, in such a situation, as researchers or analysts, what we should do is drop this variable. Why? Because, as we mentioned, it will certainly harm the precision of our estimations. Is this easier said than done? Not really. Applying this operation in Python is quite straightforward. Nonetheless, please note that it relates to a tiny peculiarity. To drop the ID variable within the column, them you add here. Why? Because unless we specify the axis along which we'd like to drop the element from our list, Python will assume we are talking about the rows of our data frame. And in our case, we don't have a row that's called ID. All our rows have been numbered between 0 and 699. So, after the list and still within the parentheses, we have to type, comma, axis, equals. If we type 0, the computer will search for a value called ID along the vertical axis. That's the default value, meaning that if we type nothing after ID, which is what we did a minute ago, Python will proceed just as if we had typed comma, axis equals 0. Instead, to show we are interested in removing a column from our data frame, which is information equals 1, okay. Most definitely, the ID column does not show up anymore. However, let's examine the content of the df variable to check if the ID column is still there. Yes, it is. Examine the content of the df variable to check if...
Ya, aku agak lupa perbedaan axis ya. Perbedaan axis 0 dan 1 ini. Tambah sebagai axis 0 itu dia baris ya. Vertikal. Jadi dia bakal menghapus baris. Dilakukan per kolom. Kalau aksis 1 itu dia horizontal. Kalau misalnya aksis 0 berarti dia akan melakukan operasi pada kolom. Dijumlahin. Oke, kalau drop nah, kalau misalnya 1 dia akan menghapus kolom tertentu. Kalau baris tertentu, kalau misalnya akses satu dia bakal menghapus kolom. Jadi kalau misalnya kita mau menghapus kolom, itu aksesnya satu. Akses satu tuh dia satunya menghapus kolom. Kalau misalnya ini kan dia ngejumlahin kolom, ngejumlahin kolom. Kolom ini dijumlahin kolomnya kolom ini. Oke, dia mengoperasikan baris, baris ini tambah ini, kalau misalnya akses satu itu dia vertikal, dia bakal menghapus kolom. Nah, dia kalau mau hapus kolom akses satu. Oke, jadi di sini kita bakal ngedrop ID.
If the ID column is still there. Why? To prevent, yes, it is. Why? To prevent the mistake of permanently removing a column from the variable containing the initial data frame, when applied, drop delivers a temporary output. Translating this to our example means that, for the moment, the content of the DF data frame isn't reduced. To do the latter, one must take advantage of an old programming technique. You can assign the expression containing the drop method to the DF variable itself by typing df equals, and then state the relevant expression. Executing this line of code will overwrite the content of the data frame, and when we check df after that, we won't see the ID column anymore. Is it so? Data frame has data at the beginning. So far, we altered just df, while the initial data frame, raw CSV data, was left in. You see? In other words, had we not created a copy of raw CSV data method to it, absent to recover code. In that case, forget is reassign the ID back to a disaster. Step 1 in our data on the next.
Oke, jadi di sini kita bakal menyimpan data barunya dengan ID yang sudah diperbaiki. Nah, di sini df itu bakal sama dengan df dengan kita sudah ngedrop apa yang bakal kita drop itu adalah ID namanya dengan aksis itu 1. Kalau misalnya kita lihat df lagi apakah sudah aman, di sini ID udah hilang. Soalnya kita print on notebook then drop the H column from the F and assign the new obtain dataset to new variable called df H. Create a new notebook file where you will need to solve the exercise we provide for this business case study. Then drop the H column for the F and assigns the new obtained dataset a new variable. The algorithm is named as solidifying approach when they are less directed towards supplying business economic something. Kenapa H di sini nggak berguna ya? Apakah umur seseorang itu tidak berpengaruh pada aktivitas seorang itu akan absen atau enggak? Kalau misal di sini dia ngedrop, berarti satu nggak berguna. Nah, sekarang kita bakal buat H, no H itu sama dengan data drop dengan aksis itu adalah 1. Terus kalau kita buka lagi df, nah sekarang oke, ID nggak ada dan X juga udah hilang. X itu harusnya habis distance block. Oke, aman. Dan sekarang kita analyzing. Kita akan menganalisis apa yang akan kita analisis.
Let's continue interpreting the DF data frame. Which column do we have next? Reason for absence. We'll need to find out a way to extract this column only from our data set. Probably the best way to do this is by typing the data frame name, and then, within brackets, indicating the name of the column you would like to examine in more detail. In our case, this will be the reason for absence column. That's exactly what you see, right?
Oke, kalau misalnya di sini kita H reason for absence. Nah, di sini kita bakal melihat nilai-nilai dari reason for absence ya tentunya.
Right? We must clarify that on the left, we have indexes designating the order in which the elements appear, starting from 0, naturally. And then we got the exact values we needed. Okay? Let's perform a check. Here, we begin with 26, 0, and 23. In DF, reason for absence starts with 26, 0, and 23 too. You can check all remaining 697 values if you wish, but I am confident we have retrieved the correct information. You may be wondering which the lowest and highest values are stored in this column. The min and the max methods can provide us with the answer. After we apply these, we obtain 0 and 28 respectively. Okay.
Min returns to the lowest value and max returns to the highest value. Nah, kalau misalnya kita ngecek min di sini dan Next. Oke, karena nggak bisa, di sini kita bakal pindahin ke baru. Ini berapa? Ini itu 0 lah. Sini kita lihat max-nya itu adalah 28. Berarti dia dimulai dari 0 sampai 28.
Now, instead of 28, a list and a unique one for absence is by.
Terus kalau misalnya kita mau lihat unitnya gimana caranya? PD itu kita pakai pandas. Terus kita ambil unit. Terus kita masukin nama variabelnya dan nama kolomnya. Sini kita bakal lihat ininya 26, 0, 23, 7, 22, 23.
Ending the df reason for absence expression with dot unique open and close parentheses. You see? Great. Moreover,
Atau kita juga bisa pakai langsung df knowledge. Terus reason for absence dot unique, bisa langsung kayak gitu aja. Nah, kami kelihatan gitu.
the output will 6-bit integers. Any function here. Find out that.
Dan untuk panjangnya sendiri itu adalah df knowledge ada
minimum value contained. We just obtained 28.
Padahal di sini dari 0 sampai 29.
This has to say one thing and one thing only. A number between 0 and 28 is missing. Suddenly discover the missing number. Fortunately, there is a way to do the same thing in Python. The built-in sorted function returns a new sorted list from the items in its argument. That's why sort close parentheses will deliver a list with number. As you act is number 20.
Di sini kita lihat sorted. Ada 0 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, Oke, 20-nya menghilang.
Hence, here we have all but one of the numbers from 0. All Python show you what kind of intuition you need when digging deeper into data preprocessing, and assessing is a field where you can definitely take significant advantage of that. Attention to detail induces you to perform checks that will only solidify the inferences we'll do for now. Thank you for watching. Let's continue interpreting the df data frame. Which column do we have?
Selanjutnya kita bakal obtaining dummies from single sum. Jadi kita akan membuat
Now, let's take a breather. It was great fun going into yes, no. You must
numbers without in here remaining this are
always look for ways to get values. And then the number 1 working day. It's our answer. Pregnancy.
Nah, ini adalah absenteeism exercise feature description dari 0 sampai 28. Pertama itu adalah certain infectious and parasite disease, neoplasms, dan berbagai jenis penyakit lainnya. The values here represents categories that are equally meaningful. Benar, ini sama-sama equal semua, artinya masing-masing. Dan ini adalah kategori nominal untuk disease, dentist, pregnancy.
Reasons for this. First, researchers prefer data, and there are using numbers is the convention for etc. However, using numbers is the convention for working with categorical nominal data, and there are 2 main reasons for this. First, researchers prefer to have clear 1 or 2-digit numbers to designate a category. However, using numbers is the convention for working with categorical nominal data. Disease, dentist, from 0 to categorical nominal. Nominal because instead of using the numbers from 0 to 28, we could have had names, disease, dentist, pregnancy, etc. However, using numbers is the convention for working with categorical nominal data, and there are 2 main reasons for this. First, researchers prefer to have clear 1 or 2-digit numbers to designate a category, and then assist themselves with a legend to see what phenomenon each number is referring to. In our example, this translates into reading 1, 2, 3, and so on, and then referring to a legend to connect each number with the corresponding disease, instead of reading long strings such as long infectious and parasitic diseases, neoplasms, diseases of the blood and blood-forming organs, and certain disorders involving the immune mechanism, and so on. The latter would overload this column with letters, and it will be very hard to digest this data analytically. Second, from the point of view of database theory, using less characters, 1 or 2-digit numbers instead of multiple character strings, will shrink the volume of our dataset. Thus, less data storage will be required to store our information, and this is typically considered as an optimal solution. Then, for the purposes of making a quantitative analysis, we need to add numeric meaning to our categorical nominal values. Consequently, there are several ways to go about this. One of them is turning these values into dummy variables. In econometrics, statistics, and data analytics in general, or more particularly, in regression analysis, a dummy variable is an explanatory binary variable that equals 1 if a certain categorical effect is present, and that equals 0 if that same effect is absent. Therefore, we want to have a column where the values of 1 will appear in case an individual has been absent because of reason number 1, and 0 if she was absent because of another reason. Here's the moment to tell you that the study we have based our exercise on was constructed in such a way that we can be certain that an individual has been absent from work because of one and only one particular reason. This is really important, and in a minute, we'll prove that the information in our table abides by this rule. This column is called getDataFrame. For convenience, let's store the output in a variable we'll call reason columns. Let's run this cell and see what we get.
Di sini kita bakal coba untuk mendapatkan dummies. Get dummies ke given person. Di sini reason columns. Di sini kita itu dari pandas ya, pandas.get dummies. Di sini kita tulis df no h reasons for absence. Di sini kita bakal ngedapatin dummies-nya. Kalau misalnya kita lihat di sini ya, tapi di sini masih dalam bentuk false and true. So there is 20h column, false, true, false, okay, false semua. Dia baca dari kiri ke kanan, bro. Ini false. Kok gak lupa deh cara bacanya.
A separate dataset with 28 columns, bearing the numbers from 0 to 28 as their names. Don't forget number 20 is missing. Great. Now, just as we promised, let's check whether we have rows with missing values. How do we do that? Well, if we sum all values of a row and store it in a new column, which we will call check, and obtain 0, then we have a missing value for the given observation. If we get 1, then we have a single value along the entire row equal to 1. And that is exactly what we expected. Finally, if we see a value of 2 or higher in the check column, then we must have either had the value 1 within the row more than once, or we've had a higher number. As we said, this shouldn't be possible because an individual can be absent from work for a single reason only. To create the check column, we need to indicate its name right after the reason columns, and then
kita bikin kolom barang namanya check, dan di sini kita akan menambahkan kolom reasons columns
assign to it a summation of all values along the horizontal axis by using the sum method. Within parentheses, to designate that we want to sum the values horizontally, we must stick to the convention and set the axis parameter to equal 1. Let's execute this line of code and check the content of the reason column. So far, most definitely.
Semuanya satu, berarti satu.
At first sight, we see only ones within the last column from top to bottom, with no exception. Let's check this programmatically to prove what we saw was correct. We can once more apply the sum method, this time to the check column directly. Therefore, we'll be interested in adding values along the vertical axis, which means writing axis equals 0 will deliver the desired outcome. After executing the cell, we got 700, and that was precisely the length of our DF data frame we obtained earlier. Remember? Well, for some people, this check would we obtained earlier.
And how did that work?
Remember? Well, for some people, this check would not be sufficient. They'd say, wait, we just skimmed the values from the check column. They'd say, well, for some people, this check would not be sufficient. They'd say, wait, we just skimmed the values from the check column. We did not really see whether or not there was a 0 and a 2 somewhere in there. How can we know for sure all the 700 values equaled 1 precisely? As a matter of fact, you already do. Apply the unique method to the check column and see how many different values you will retrieve. Only 1, the number 1. Bingo! All this proves that initially, the reason for absence column had been flawless, containing no missing or incorrect values. Okay, the validity of reason columns has been checked, and we are satisfied with its state. At this stage, we can and should remove the check column with the use of the drop method. Done. Perfect.
Sekarang aku ingin bertanya, bagaimana cara kerja dummies? Aku milikmu apa yang terjadi pada operasi sintaksis aku aksis nol itu dia akan menjumlahkan baris. Nyalain baris cowok. Udah benar kan jumlahin baris, bersatu tambah bersatu tambah seribu, berarti Bandung 2. Dia jumlahin kolom. Aku Oke, aku udah paham. Nah, di sini reasons, context, and access. Nah, di sini reasons. Oh, dia kolom stacknya itu yang dijumlahin. Access nol itu berarti dia jumlahin baris. Nanti ada tiga terus. Oke, aku paham. Nah, di sini berarti yang harus kita lakukan adalah, di sini kenapa semuanya dalam bentuk nol? Kenapa ini hasilnya true and false? Bukan harus diubah manual kan? Oh, nah ini. Hmm. sini kita cek. Kita di sini bakal bikin kolom baru yang cek reasons column terus axis 1. Di sini kita bakal membuat kolom ini tambah ini tambah kolom. Harusnya dia bakal mulai 1 semua. Kita buat 1 semua dan kita bisa cek keunikannya. Dan kita juga bisa reasons columns dot check. Kita jadikan baris 100. Limitnya dia harusnya cuma 1 doang. Oke, sekarang di sini kita drop reasons column sama dengan reasons column. Reasons column dan kita bakal drop baris check. Di sini yang bakal kita drop itu adalah kolom. Maka di sini kita bakal masuk akses 1. Oke, berarti di sini harusnya aman. Selanjutnya kita bakal obtaining that is from single figure. Split the H column into multiple dummies, store the output in new variable. Nah, lah kan H udah di drop, kocak. Apaan sih? DF no H. H-nya udah dihapus, kocak. So the output in a new variable called H dummies. Okay. H dummies no like H dummies. Nah, sini kita bakal ngedrop first-nya. Sekian.
In this video, we will drop the reason zero dummy variable in Python. We are going to do this because we want to avoid potential multicollinearity issues in our analysis. Our next video. So add a previously done equals of our newly created data frame.
Nah, di sini reasons columns-nya. Sini kita timpa lagi. Terlalu banyak penyimpaan ya tuh di sini. Reasons columns. Reason column sama dengan pd dot get dummies dengan df no h reasons for absence sama dot plus field and where nah jadi di sini cuma sampai ada 8 nolnya dihilangin. Someday Nah, sekarang kita selanjutnya bakal classifying the various reasons.
All right, so to see what features are contained in the DF data frame, we could apply .columns.values. What we retrieve is a list with the data frame's column names. It is important to note that we still have the
the f dot columns dot arrays. Sini kita akan melihat apa bisa ada apa aja. Terus di sini kita reasons column dot arrays. Reasons column dot columns dot arrays. Ada ini. Data sort deh. Sebab looking back. Gimana ya On? Di sini tuh unik dari reasons for absence. Udah gua sort. Sehingga ketika di dalamnya tidak sort. Dan ketika dicek column-nya udah sort. Def drop reasons for absence. Def drop reasons for absence.
reason for absence column steps to take. We decide absence and they
Nah sekarang kita bakal ngilangin df sama df dot drop. Kita bakal ngedrop nggak ada autofill. Reasons for absence kita bakal masuk kolom. Dan kalau misalnya kita lihat di sini, yep, udah nggak ada ya reasons for columns. It's supposed to be the first thing. It's supposed to be the first column. I guess it's supposed to be the first column. Ya benar. Sekarang udah, berarti kita bakal gabungnya ke yang baru. Tapi sebelum itu kita harus kelompokin dulu dummies tadi karena terlalu banyak kolomnya, itu ada 27.
If we add all these dummy variable 40 columns, this sounds like too much. Don't always reprocess. This can be called classification.
Reorganizing a certain type of purpose into groups.
From your data because it seems most appropriate. Look at this table with explanations of all possible reasons for absence. You'll see that reasons 1 to 14 are all related to various diseases. This could constitute our first group or class. The second class instead could include reasons from 15 to 7. The second class instead could
First one is disease.
could include reasons from 15 to 17, as they are all somehow related to pregnancy and giving birth. Group 3 would include reasons 18, 19, 20, and 21, as they are all about poisoning or signs not elsewhere categorized. The fourth group represents so-called light reasons for absence, such as a dental appointment, physiotherapy, a medical consultation, and others. Okay, this is how we are going to classify these columns. Therefore, the next thing to do will be to apply this in Python, separating the reason column. And then we must start by applying those available for interest. The first interest contain a data frame composed of 14 integers or as
Nah, di sini aku tadi agak lemah ya.
strings. Any of the two will mean we are interested in. Don't forget that LOC is label-based.
Buset, arti coba mereka. Baca. Oke, kembali fokus. Okay, so here there's a reasons column slot. This label base. Apa maksudnya label base?
So, after the comma, we need to indicate the name of the first and last column of the set of columns we'd like to retrieve. In other words, we would write 1:14 either as integers or as strings. Any of the two will mean we are interested in columns 1, 14, and all the rest that are in between. That's why, after we execute this cell, we obtain a data frame composed of 14 columns. Please feel free to stop and rewatch this part of the video if necessary. 14 columns.
What the
After
fuck
we
is
execute
the
this cell,
differences?
we obtain a data frame composed of 14 columns. Please feel free to stop and rewatch this part of the video if necessary. And in this cell, we obtain a data frame composed of 14 columns. Please feel free to stop and rewatch this part of the video if necessary. And if you find this trick confusing, all we can say is, we are very sorry. But that's how separating a data frame with a log method is
Oh, itu beda penulisan
done in
doang.
Python. So, we had better just practice and
Oke, nggak apa-apa. Kita tanyakan ke Mr. GPT. Apa perbedaan antara columns, log, aduh, dengan
get used to it. After that, to obtain a piece of DF with a exercise number 8, and remember, allows us to 14. At this point, we're absent the absence of a personal examination. To support our reasoning in this lesson, think of the examination we performed a few lectures ago. We created an additional column called check to verify this was a reason, a single one, in which you would. Alternatively, you want to obtain one was not from this group of reasons, while the last code, and will allow us to create the reason type class number columns in the shape we want. To illustrate how this tool works, let's apply it to the first 14 columns of the variable reason columns. Obviously, we must write .max, and then by typing axis equals 1 within parentheses, we will indicate that we are interested in implementing this operation along the horizontal line.
Hah? Oh, maksudnya yang dari 1 sampai 14 tuh dia ada satunya enggak? Kalau misalnya ada satunya, ya udah nanti maksnya satu, satu tulis. Kalau enggak ya nol. Gitu aja.
Execute, and here we are. We've got exactly what we wanted. Please note that since the maximum value is always a single number, the obtained
Wow.
objects will be panned. Think of them as columns, because this structural distinction will be irrelevant when we get to the stage columns into 21, as containing the syntax actually create the 4 new columns, reason type 1, 2, 3, and 4. We had them there.
Aku paham, aku paham. Paham, 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 paham. Nah, sekarang kita bakal ngepisahin reason type 1. Misalnya reason type 1 itu adalah reasons. Emang reasons column-nya udah ada. Reasons columns. Di sini kita bakal pakai log. Terus ambil semua baris dengan kolom itu dimulai dari 1 hingga 14. Dan sini kita bakal ambil nilai 15, 17, 18, 21 dengan sampai 22. Cuma sampai 22.
With this, we wrap up what we had to say about the first and second steps from the manipulation of the reason for absence column from our initial data presents so-called.
Oh, ini 22 sampai setelahnya, sampai habis. Oke, aman. Selanjutnya kita bakal pakai concat. Kita gabungin ke data frame aslinya.
In the previous
Sini kalau misalnya kita lihat DF lagi, masih kayak sebelumnya ya.
for absent objects, we'd like to.
Sekarang DF-nya bakal sama D. KD, kita pakai findes, concatenate. Kita bakal masukin DF itu sendiri. Terus kita masukkan reason type 1, reason type 2, and reason type 3, and reason coordinate axis and type.
Appear here. DF, reason types 1, 2, 3, and 4. Finally, since you want to combine objects horizontally, don't forget to add axis equals 1. If you skip this part, the data from the reason type columns will be added to the table in a wrong way. Therefore, having written the code correctly,
Apa ini? 23 April malam bulan depan.
Let's run it and see the content of the DF data frame. The four columns have been added to the from perspectives from which one could look at a
Itu, itu. Oke, fokus Jin, fokus Jin. Oke, kita sampai mana tadi?
particular column. And that's the case we had here. Nevertheless, we are glad the given dataset provides four columns named naturally. We would
Ini kalau misalnya ditampilin udah aman. Udah ada 1, 2, 3, 4 ya. 1, 2, 3.
like to assign
No, 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 1, no, 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 no.
column names in a more meaningful. So,
No, no, no.
naturally, we would like to assign column names in a more meaningful way. And
Di sini kita bakal ganti namanya karena sini namanya jelek banget. Di sini df.column-values. Di sini kita lihat, nah tuh, ini nama. Nah sekarang kita bisa running sendiri column names-nya sendiri itu adalah dengan ini kita hapus. Reason 1, 2, 3, 4. Terus di sini df columns, df column, kemudian column names.
By the way, it is not necessary to
df dot columns. Nah, sekarang udah ada error.
display it in the data. Here, I'll do for now.
Karena ya. Salah, salah. Karena ini cuma nambah nama kolomnya doang, banyak enggak.
This time, though, we will cut the or absent in of the data frame.
Nyaman ya. Selanjutnya kita bakal membuat checkpoint.
In this video, and when we need to refine programs of your work that will keep on and hope you are too. Breaking it down into bits and pieces will be no less fun than what we've done.
Checkpoint. Let's remember. Oke, kita udah sampai checkpoint.
In this
Selanjutnya itu adalah menganalisa data from the initial dataset. Udah, start dulu. Wah, anjing. Dari tadi tuh display capture-nya belum ditunjukin. What the fuck? Nggak apa-apa sih.
This lesson, we'll concentrate on the date column of our data frame. A. Year right type DF read. and month can have value of the first itself. Specify the proper format of the EFs in the date changing. All right. Date we it is a timestamp. Let's proceed by creating the day of the week column. As data scientists, we wouldn't expect to see words from the week, which means that in any calendar to see this is iteratively on it and to weekday that will directly check the bar take to the we will proceed In this lesson, we will focus on the next 5 columns in our data table. No, we won't manipulate these columns in any way. They will be left without a change. Nonetheless, we believe they will be important for our analysis, and so they're worth some preliminary discussion. Transportation expense is a subcategory of travel expenses. Travel expenses are costs related to business travel, such as fuel, parking, meals, and other charges an employee may claim for reimbursement. This means transportation is just one of those potential costs. In our table, this column contains monthly transportation expenses of an individual, measured in dollars. Checking the data type of the numbers contained within it, we see it as a numpy's int64, which means under transportation expense, we have int. We can assume the values recorded in the sense wouldn't change the potential impact. By the same token, see in this column represents the kilometers an individual must travel from home to work, or the time spent traveling. Okay, moving on. The next column we have is age. There's not have an impact on her or his behavior. How old a person is could. There's not much to be said about this variable. Of course, how old a person is could always have an impact on her or his behavior. As is often done in research, the age of a person has been rounded down. That's why the data type exhibited in this column is an integer too. Next, we have daily workload average. It is a float value and represents the average amount of time spent working per day, shown in minutes. We are not going to delve into details about how these values have been calculated precisely, but from looking at them, we could understand that a person works roughly 4 hours a day, or 3.5 hours a day, and so on. Not too much, but for some types of companies, this is perhaps normal. Anyway, we will keep these numbers in our analysis, and will not focus on the way they've been estimated. The last feature to be discussed here is the body mass index, or even often have an index in this column. For this exercise, by manipulating Alright, so, in this lesson, we'll modify the content of the education column. Is there anything in common between education, gauge how many kids or pets a person has? That said, our task would be to train a function will help use or shows. How should we interpret these? The answer reflects the methodology or now, these object, such as the education countered 583. Time. And process. Care of assigning Congratulations! You made it your way through the pre-processed. For example, pre-processed. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Logically, it will assume this. Well, work.
you